Good morning, welcome to the Mississippi Board of Nursing. Before we begin today, I'm going to ask Mr. Calhoun to lead us in prayer.
Let's pray. Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for the opportunity to come together as a board, just to continue serving the people of Mississippi and the nurses of Mississippi. We ask that as we listen to presentations today and as we make decisions today, that we will glorify you in everything that is said and done. In your name we pray. Amen.
So before we begin, we're going to call the meeting to order, and we're going to start to my left. Please state your name.
TJ Adams, Aryan.
Holly Walker, LPN.
Alvina Castillo. Drew Calhoun, Orange.
Jeremy Cummins.
Sandra Colquitt.
Peter Ryan, Sandy Martin Ryan, Long Mexican, Beverly Oliver, IT Army.
So with that being said, we have declare a quorum. At this point, I would like to ask for request for approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion? All in favor? All right, next we will move forward to the open forum, and I believe we have a representative from the Secretary of State's office and actually with presentation. So at this point, we ask you. So what is your name, sir?
My name is Colby Williams. I'm the Assistant Secretary of State for Policy and Research. So I oversee all of our public policy initiatives that are I will keep this quick. I think I have a lot going on. I don't want to take up all of your time. And I appreciate the chance to be here and talk about some of our initiatives. So we started the MBAT program. I think you are aware of that. It's the Mississippi Businesses Against Trafficking. I think it was 3 years ago now. And the short of it is we are working with business owners across the state of Mississippi, from your mom and pop shops to hotels and casinos, and even international companies which are operating in Mississippi, to offer resources, training, and connections to the law enforcement community for combating human trafficking. And that's different. The needs are different for every company. And so that's been extremely successful. We modeled it after another state that started before us, and since then we have helped 3 or 4 other states start a similar initiative. In that success, we have come across some data from the FBI and the law enforcement agencies that over 80% of human trafficking victims in the last 20 years came in contact with a licensed professional and not a business owner or a business model. And so while MBAT has been very successful, we realized quickly there are many contacts that a victim of human trafficking makes every day that a business owner would not be a part of. That's law enforcement, nurses, doctors, dentists, chiropractors, cosmetologists. And so we realized there was a gap in our model with businesses, and so we wanted to expand that to licensees in various industries. And we started with medical field, because that's where the FBI told us most of that contact came in, mostly with nurses, doctors, and dentists primarily. And so when we started looking into this, we realized there were 2 states that had already passed legislation to require all nurses, doctors, all medical professionals, and first responders to have human trafficking response training and continuing education with an annual requirement. We didn't feel that was the best approach for Mississippi. As many licensing boards as we have, as many industries that we do have licenses, we didn't feel that a one-size-fits-all mandate in the legislature would be the best place to start. We know every industry is different. Every industry has a different level of continuing education requirements. Some have as many as 50 hours a year, some have 1 hour a year, some don't have any. And so a piece of legislation requiring continuing education across the board wouldn't necessarily be a good fit. And so Secretary Watson came up with this idea to reach out to our licensure boards and just pitch the idea and see what works best for the industry if the board was receptive and interested. This is not a mandate from the Secretary of State's office. This is not a task or asking you to do something through the OLRC. This is simply a partnership and putting this idea on your radar. And if you're interested in something, we'd be willing to help if you started with. And so where we started was massage therapy was the first board, and they loved the idea. And within 3 days of me pitching it to them, they had already set up a meeting to vote on requiring 1 hour of continuing education every year for human trafficking. That was a good model for them. They require 12 hours a year already. And they have room in that 12 hours for more topics, more content, because that would be a good fit. We met with another licensure board and said, hey, we don't even require continuing education at all, and we're willing to share the resources with our licensees through our Facebook mass email list and different social media. And so there's a range from mandating continuing education, on human trafficking response and training, to just sharing resources. We also have boards that are interested in making it optional. There's a board that has 20 hours or so that is required, but the content is not specific. It's just industry related content. And so we're working with that board to allow, put in the regulations that human trafficking response training is industry related content, so that those 40 hours be allowed to use. And so we first reached out to the nursing board and the executive director, Jonathan. We thought it would be something that the nursing industry could benefit from. I know that I've read all the regulations. I oversee all our ORC work, by the way, so I've read all of the regulations extensively, and am aware that it varies by license on what the requirements are. And so it's hard to come up with a one size fits all, even within the nursing industry. But I appreciate the time y'all let me be here. I'll open up any questions. But our main ask today is just something y'all would consider to think about. I don't have to go into why this is an important issue, especially if you've seen the news lately. We hear a lot of human trafficking is something you see in Hollywood, something in movies, or in these larger states. If you've seen the news recently, there are arrests made here in Jackson for national or international human trafficking rings that were busted. So it's a very serious issue even here in Mississippi. And anything we can do to help, that's what our office is here for. I know there's a lot of information, but there's any questions.
So, thank you very much. I appreciate what y'all are doing. I think we all can appreciate what you're doing. It's definitely a conversation, and I'm just curious, is there some type of training that you give or would be able to provide for our licensees?
So we have our office itself does not give the training, but we've spent the last 3 years through impact building on those connections. So we have a list of nonprofits, training with the Department of Public Safety. We have connection with FBI, Department of Homeland Security federally. We have public speakers who are professionals in the space from all over the country that fly in. We have webinars through our office. But basically, through impact, we've just developed almost a catalog of resources that we can kind of bridge the gap with. That it wouldn't be our office doing that.
But it would just still be something they could take and learn and put to use.
Yes, so we have resources from small business owners on what are policies you can put in place with your employees to better recognize signs of human trafficking response, policy and trainings. We have various webinars that are industry specific, whether it's law enforcement, first responders, and medical field. And so that was through our EMAP program, we realized we have access to all of these resources and information that it's taken us years to gain. So we want to be able to offer that to anyone who wants to.
Any other questions? Well, I appreciate your time and thank you for sharing that with us.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Next, I would like to recognize Ms. Representative Grace Butler Washington. Ms. Washington, if you'll stand. You joined us today.
Welcome.
So we'd like to thank you. So the next thing on the list, or the next item on the agenda, we have a Ms. Catherine Parker with a presentation for the Board of Nursing. I'm unaware of what we've got, but Ms. Parker is here.
Hi, greetings. Happy December, everybody. Is it cold? Thank y'all so much for your time and for everything that you do for the state. As cold as it is in our southern region, y'all are some of the ones people on the community, and it's just wonderful. So I started collaborating with someone in this room, and I just wanted to say that, that I brought a gift. I thank you. It's kind of big, but it is a small thank you for choosing Katy Public Relations to shoot your headshots. Y'all are our first state of Mississippi headshots. I'm a single mother, I'm a domestic abuse survivor, and I'm grateful that your support works because I work in Mississippi for mental health as a peer support specialist. I'm a photojournalist and a public relations practitioner. And that is the short end of my very long story and why this presentation means what it means to me. Getting to learn each of your stories just on a small scale while I was taking the pictures. It was such a thing. You get to see a different side of a person when you're shooting the photos because it makes you vulnerable. And it was a part of the person power. And it's that part of the photography that I find very intriguing. Is the psychology. So I just want to say thank you. And especially thank you to Shannon Montgomery because y'all have a powerhouse of a woman who's in this office, okay? If it wasn't been for her, I wouldn't. So this is my thank you. I don't know who's gonna come up and open it and how that's gonna work. I don't know, but I just want this to be a thank you from Amy Public Relations to all of you.
Sandra Phillips, Sandra, Dr. Johnson. Brandon will help us with it.
Say that I see my headshot and that was great work.
Thank you. So I want y'all, you can open it, however you wanna do it, but I do want you to open it.
All right, Dr. Johnson, you want to take this on? There we go. Yeah, there we go.
You want me to hold it?
Thank you.
I will also say thank you to Natural Pricing and this is what I understand
Oh, wow. Oh, this is mine.
Randy, you might have to help it.
Oh, my goodness.
Y'all know how hard it was to get this thing.
There we go, we got it. Yeah, we got it.
And y'all can use the ribbon again if you need.
Thank you. Maybe we photoshopped you. Yes, we did. Catherine, that's Lacey.
Class picture, y'all.
Dr. Jennifer, we got the photoshopping in.
Isn't that beautiful?
I don't have my camera in here with me, so it's not gonna be here.
Yeah.
Catherine, thank you so much.
Let's see one last.
Thank you so much. Absolutely. Well done. Thank you so much.
No, we didn't. Where are we hanging?
Y'all are precious, and I want you to be encouraged to keep doing what you do, keep working hard. This state needs you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. The work was great and we greatly appreciate it.
Absolutely.
That was a beautiful gift. So thank you again. Next on the agenda, we have the legislative update, Mr. Bobbin.
Dr. Johnson.
Well, how I follow that.
Sandra.
I don't have a picture
With
like
Melissa
that.
from IG.
I had a flashback, Dr. Johnson, to my fraternity days or sorority, so yeah, it looks like one of our composite photos. Thank goodness it's not. It's good to see everybody. I'd be remiss without recognizing my dear friend, Representative Butler Washington here. That's just a great advocate for the profession of nursing, member of the House Public Health Committee, and always willing to listen and work with us and advocate. And that's what it's about. So thank you for being here.
Absolutely.
Yes. I wanted to say, I was very glad to hear this gentleman and I, we had a pretty heavy bill we worked on together last year at the Capitol on another issue, and I was interested to hear you talking about Colby from the Secretary of State's office about human trafficking. I got approached, I informed Dr. Johnson about it from the Attorney General's office with a similar plan where they were talking about possibly seeking an additional continuing education hour. Of course, after we did a little looking, we don't have that. We did it one time, I think, right, Dr. Johnson, that was removed at some point. But the same type of thoughts, I really like what Mr. Williams had to say about what one size doesn't fit all. If you could mandate an hour, but if you don't have a structure for it, then maybe it's better to disseminate it through your associations, or the board could disseminate it to our licensees. We have that, Shan, potentially. I do think we all know the seriousness of human trafficking and how tough it is. And it kind of makes sense a lot of times that healthcare professionals would be the front line as usual to see a lot of this stuff. So I think it has merit to it. Of course, you know, the old joke, the devil's in the details, but we can look at it, and I think it certainly merits the board's consideration. And I appreciate Mr. Williams, Secretary of State, coming. Also know the Attorney General's office is looking at something similar to this. I hope whatever it is, Madam President, everybody can agree on the same bill or language where we could kind of have the same thing if that's what ends up happening in the session. But Doug, thank you for your presentation. Real quick, I wanted to reiterate, and I told y'all, the Mississippi Board of Nursing's Capital Day is going to be held on January 27th from 1:30 p.m. up until 4:30 p.m. on the first floor of the Capitol Rotunda. As you all know, we do this every year. I strongly encourage as many of you that can, and I know some of you have work obligations, whatever. If you can't come to the Capitol, it really matters. And I think Grace would back me up on that, having a presence, meeting legislators. Sure, you may see yours, but it's good for you to meet other ones from other parts of the state or people on public health. And, you know, we've had discussions, Shan and Madam President, about that. So I think that's a really good opportunity for us. And I always get a lot of good feedback from the members. You know, I saw TJ, like I'll see Shana Gary or somebody from Tupelo, you know, as an example, and they'll tell me they saw one of you guys, or Representative Wilkes, for instance, from Pearl River. So they're glad to see you at the Capitol. So I won't belabor that. I didn't want to mention it. Just real quick, I think the full practice issue will definitely see a House and Senate bill. We could see a variation, you know, usually sometimes Mr. Cummins, there'll be a variation or two drop. Probably we'll see that from the traditional, just straightforward FPA bill. Obviously that will be back. You know, we still continue to talk about access to health care and just trying to make sure we have adequate health care for all our people in Mississippi, regardless of where you live. And I think that's a big part of that issue as well. There's an issue that I haven't received a lot of information yet, but thank you, Ms. Clanton, our legislative chair lady, and for letting me know here recently about ONW maybe having a request, kind of, am I right, Madam President, in conjunction with community colleges possibly, about having some additional funding for clinical sites, some of our nurses and clinical sites. I assume we'll be getting, I think you had a meeting right around Thanksgiving, or some of you did, or going to, about what those are. I would assume that's going to be more a request in our appropriation bill. I would think, Shane, yeah, the ONW's budget. Like I said, I don't have all the details yet, but from what I've heard, it seems to certainly have merit to it. And I think that, anything we can do to help our clinical situation and certainly our licensees, I think this board will certainly support that. I think the state made this very large grant application to the federal government back in November, the CMS. Dr. Johnson, I think it was quite a large, I think it's 50 billion nationally, but the state's application is quite significant. And I think it's called the Rural Transformation Opportunity Act or whatever. That could be huge, especially for every state, particularly Mississippi. And I just want to reiterate, ironically, one of the scoring categories in that grant was about nurse practitioners and APRNs and the role they can play in providing access in the rural areas. I just thought that was interesting because it's certainly an acknowledgement by the federal government, the importance. That's a piece of a bigger puzzle, but it shows that it's valid and it's important. So I thought that was worth noting. I don't know if Representative Ford may join us later. I hope he does. He's on the Public Health Committee for lunch, but regardless, his mother formerly served, as some of you remember, on this board, and was a very active, engaged member. But he is a chairman of one of our committees, Accountability and Transparency. But there was a bill last year, House Bill 924, that he was not the primary author, but it came up in this committee, and I think he may have been on the bill, but it's a Transparency in Government Act. And I think we're all for that concept, let me be clear. But that was the one, if you remember, that was consolidating a number of boards, trying to reduce the number of boards. Well, on the surface, no one's opposed to consolidation if it's practical and it's good for the public interest. But in this one, is the one that had pharmacists, physicians, PAs, I think, nurses, all would be consolidated into one board. And one of the missions was to resolve things such as scope of practice and those kinds of issues. I think that those would be some interesting board meetings. I'm sorry, Dr. Johnson, I'm taking a page from you. I'll be a little direct, but no, we're always open to consolidation, but I think that's something along those lines could be reintroduced. Doesn't mean it's going to pass, but the legislature does have an interest. I think certainly some of the members in more consolidation. I think there's a role for it. It's just, I think there's probably certain professions or certain things that may work and be more functional, if you will, than perhaps something where you've got these professional occupational folks who are highly educated and have different, there are scope of practice issues that are bump up against each other. So I just wanted to mention that that's something we'll be looking at as the session moves forward. There's been some talk, Shannon and I, because it falls under the administrative hat, we've discussed did some bills, about office leasing and space, trying to move state agencies downtown Jackson or in the capital vicinity of downtown. Of course, we all support our capital city, but we also we need our people where you have adequate space, where your people are comfortable, where you feel like you can do your work and do it productively. There'll probably be another bill along that. You remember the Fresh Start Act? I'm sure we'll see a version of that. Again, this board, I commend you about being open to second chances for people that maybe have committed minor offenses or crimes. This board has been out front on that. The concern was last year, the language that we really had to work with and others on behalf of this board was violent. We got to be very careful, especially the intimacy and the nature of healthcare, examination of patients, just a whole array of things. So that was something that we had some concerns with last year. There could be another version. We'll be looking at that. Last thing I'll mention is the midwifery. You know, as I understand, we obviously, Dr. Johnson, regulate some of those folks now, which, as you all know by now, there's another group that they had a bill last year, and honestly, it had a lot of momentum behind it. It would set up a new agency, basically, a new board. And they would regulate that particular group of midwives. I'm certainly not speaking one way or the other. I'm just keeping the board informed on that. And being aware, it is a little ironic that the legislature might be creating a new board about the move to consolidate. That's a little incongruent. I remember something from geometry, but in any event, that's a explanation and just a heads up on some of the things that we can make us see. Any questions from any members? And I just wanted to add again, that always on budget is a big issue for us at the Capitol. Shan, again, we work closely. Thank you for that, Dr. Johnson, the board. That's very important. We'll have a subcommittee here for the House and the Senate. As always, I know our staff invites every single member of this board is welcome to attend, participate. It's encouraged. But that is an important function also in this session. And last but far from least, I want to thank Ms. Clanton, our legislative chair. She and I talk periodically, and I appreciate you being open and accessible. And so if you guys need anything, I'm always available. Ms. Clanton as well on any legislative issues. And with that, I will see my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. You always do a great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
On the agenda next, under, I have to kind of circle back around to our open forum because I want to recognize Dr. Melissa Temple. Do you have anything for us today? Okay. Was there anyone else? All right, moving forward, the Office of Nursing Workforce Report. Steve. Good morning.
For the Office of Nursing Workforce Report, I'd like to report that OEW started fiscal year 26 with a little over $1.5 million. Thus far, we've extended $900,000 on scholarships to the schools of nursing in the state of Mississippi. All schools of nursing in the state participated in the scholarship program. We allocated $208,800 for the PM programs in the state, $547,350 to the RN programs of the state. The APRN programs received $143,850 total, which combined is at $900,000. There was an initial purchase of $80,000 in our NCLEX vouchers, and thus far we have awarded over $23,000. In those vouchers, we had some additional expenditures on conference registrations, which totaled around $1,000 and this is for $20,000. Moving down to the Student Nurse Retention Scholarship, we have 23 recipients that have graduated. One student did not graduate as expected in August and intends to enroll back in school in January 26. 10 recipients have completed the work service agreement, and one recipient is scheduled to complete her work service agreement this month. All right, moving down to the ONW Nursing Scholarship, we recently said that the $900,000 was sent to the 26 schools of nursing. All funds have been received. They started to disperse those funds and we received our accountability forms as well as the scholarship recipient surveys. earlier this week. We're working through that data and we'll have the full report. And I just put a table in here that's showing the breakdown of the programs for school, PD and RN, as well as administrative. For the Nursing Success NCLEX Scholarship Program, our last selection took place on 11/14. We awarded 43 LPN vouchers and 43 RN vouchers. The LPN pass rate is currently 76%, with the RN pass rate at 100%. Total awards to date is 118, which tallies up to about 23,000. The ONW Advisory Committee, our fall meeting was held on November 3rd, 2025, and our spring meeting is scheduled for February 13th, 2026. In NPP, we're currently monitoring 29 nurses in the state. We have 2 projected participants, one is currently in treatment, and 2 participants that are receiving the Under community disability, ONW participated in the Fall Leadership Conference with COSA, connecting with some high school students in Vicksburg. That was on October 21st, 2025. We also participated in NNA on the coast, 1022 through 1024. And we also participated in the Northwest Community College Career Expo with PN students. Moving now to partnership and collaboration, we received some information from the Mississippi Nurses Foundation regarding their cross-training program, and we went and added that information to our website under resources so the students will be aware of that program. Dr. Hoover requested some data with Mississippi Health Policy regarding our county demographics. We provided that data set. And we met with Dr. Hoover with Mississippi Hospital Association to discuss health stream and marketing. And that's all I'm going to report.
Dr. Gentry, is there anything that you would like to add? That your committee?
Other than I'm exceedingly grateful for receiving this office and all of their hard work. ONW has taken off, so to speak. We have lots of projects ongoing and a lot that we're excited to tell you about a little bit later on. But I'm very grateful for your work and Ms. Montgomery, your oversight and insight and all the things. And of course, I would have to Johnson and her facilitation of the success of the Office of Nursing Workforce. So very excited. So much more to come. Yes. Killing me not to say. So, yeah. So, very pretty.
Yes, ONW has some really great things we're looking forward to. Not that we haven't already done those things by, taking care of our student nurses, but those things like vouchers have been a game changer for some of these as they get ready to graduate. But I really truly look forward to things that we'll be able to do in the future. With that being said, does anyone have any questions? Thank you.
And this is like, yes.
Next on the agenda is the practical nursing report, Dr. Burks.
For the practical nursing report, I'll first start with the military personnel. That's a result of House Bill 1262, Clinical Tech July 1. And this bill allows individuals that are active duty in the military to actually sit for boards. We've had 2 applicants to complete the process, and there are some updates. We received notification this morning that one of those individuals have passed boards. I also have the site visit reports. There are 4 site visit reports with recommendations regarding their accreditation status. I'll start with the first, and that is for Jones College. This is the request approval for the practical nursing accreditation status for Jones College. The accreditation review consists of evaluation of 6 accreditation standards, governance, faculty and staff, students, curriculum, resources, and outcomes. After that, the accreditation review can result in 3 types of accreditation status, which is full, provisional, or probationary. I provided an overview of Jones Community College report. For Rule 3.2 governance, they were compliant. Rule 3.3 faculty and staff, they were compliant. Rule 3.4 students, they were compliant. Rule 3.5, curriculum, they were compliant. Rule 3.6, resources, compliant. Rule 3.7, outcomes, compliant. For option, rule 4.1 and rule 5.1, those are options, and all schools have hybrid options or simulations. But rule 5.1, they did meet the criteria based upon the information in the standards. So overall, Jones College Freshman Nursing Program, Davis Center demonstrated full compliance with all the rules outlined in Mississippi Board of Nursing Administrative Code, Part 2865. From that, the recommendation is Jones College Freshman Nursing Program. They were complying with all standards and criteria, thus not requiring submission of a corrective action plan. Full accreditation is recommended for the program. With full accreditation, that status requires the next review of Jones College Freshman Nursing Program to occur in 2023.
So with that being the form of Dr. First request, would anyone like to make a motion to approve? Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Thank you. We will move forward. Dr. Burks, next item.
The next is the request approval of the practical nursing accreditation status for Hines College. And this request is to recommend accreditation with delineated recommendations included. Again, this review consisted of an evaluation of the 6 standards. The type of accreditation can be for state accreditation, provisional, or probationary. And looking at the report from Hines Community College, Rule 3.2, governance, they were compliant, but there was a recommendation. And the recommendation reads, according to the SEP study, the Dean of Nursing divides her time among the nursing programs. During the interview, the Dean indicated that her time is allocated approximately 50% to the associate degree nursing program, 45% to the practical nursing program, and 5% to HCA. The job description reflects that day-to-day operations are delegated to the program chair. The chair's job description specifies that 70% of the duties are administrative and 30% include teaching responsibilities. Both positions are supported by staff or assistant program members. It is the recommendation that the dean maintains a calendar documenting dedicated time to the PM program. It is further recommended that the chair maintains a calendar reflecting time allocated to specific duties, consistent with the percentages outlined in the job description. In the future, the calendars will be used to support the director, administrator, chair as adequate time to fill the role. And rule 3.3, faculty and staff, they are compliant with the following recommendation. That they enhance the consistency of professional development records by adopting a standardized format for documenting training, application of learning, and future development goals. Rule 3.4, students, they were compliant. Rule 3.5, curriculum, they were compliant with the recommendation. That recommendation is the program of learning is structured, progressing from simple to complex concepts, with modules organized accordingly. However, during the review of course calendars, it was difficult to ascertain the clock hours for each course based on the submitted calendars. Approval was granted per MCCB to degree hours. However, the information was not made readily available originally to the site visit team. It is recommended that the program implement a uniform course calendar template and establish a process for review and validation by the dean, the program chair, and faculty to ensure clarity and consistency. The calendar should reflect the actual clinical theory lab hours approved by MCCB. Rule 3.6, resources, they were compliant. Rule 3.7, outcomes, was compliant with the recommendation. The recommendation was the program adjusted the reported completion rate from 60% to 40%. While accreditation standards do not specify a required completion rate, program meeting minutes did not document a formal root cause analysis to support this change, although the rationale was discussed. It is recommended that the program implement a formal review process, including a root cause analysis to guide decisions regarding completion rates. Documentation of this process should be included as an addendum in the annual report due to October. to demonstrate ongoing evaluation of a decreased completion rate. In addition, it is highly recommended the program reevaluated where 40% is an appropriate and defensible target for on-time completion and light of accreditation and quality standards. For Rule 4.1, hybrid, they were compliant. Rule 5.6, simulation, compliant. So the recommendation is higher simulation college practical nursing program is compliant on standards and criteria. It is proposed that Hines be granted full accreditation with status of delineated recommendations. With the recommendation, the review of Hines Community College practical nursing program will occur in 2033.
So that means that we don't have a money coming forward to send that recommendation. I'm sorry, any discussion?
Yeah, first, I have a question. What is the size of Hines Union program as far as student population and faculty? Do you know that off the top of your head?
They have, it was right at 250 students.
And faculty numbers?
Faculty numbers right now is like 16 and they have a couple of that.
Just from an educational age, it's difficult to surmise from the findings. I see the recommendation, several recommendations. The call, what would you say would be, attribute to the number of recommendations, for the Hines Community College? Is there any?
It's change in leadership.
Change?
They had change in leadership, they had applicants who retired, and so majority of them about to be very new. And so with those changes, although they met the standards, in looking at it, there's some things that they can do to improve their program. Their outcomes in terms of their in-place pass rates, they've been at 100%. And so they're doing the work, putting in the work, just there are some areas where some gaps are. And those recommendations are to assist them since they do have been found. At the time of this visit, their director, their chair, had only been in place for a month.
So maybe with, as the faculty grow and their knowledge of their roles, with the seasoned faculty leaving that have spoken into this, maybe perhaps, and these recommendations could have been avoided. So it's not necessarily a faculty numbers, faculty numbers. They're covered in that aspect.
And we'd like to say, we met their faculty, their complete report is in here. They have really good faculty support, even from the administration in terms of the president, their vice president, their really supportive and provide them what they need in order to be successful. With the faculty, they're coming in and they have some different ideas in terms of the things to do for the class and how to be facilitated versus being saved on stage. So with that, we're looking for you to do some great.
Absolutely, absolutely. So appreciate always your oversight of the PN program in the state of Mississippi and your massive knowledge of all the things. We are so grateful. I don't know if everybody appreciates the knowledge you have as far as being in education and from a standpoint where I am, but wow. So thank you, because your expertise absolutely lends itself to improving nursing education in the state of Mississippi, specifically in education. So we are grateful for you.
So any further questions for Dr. Burke? All in favor, say aye. All right, Dr. Burke, next item.
The next item is a request approval of fractional nursing accreditation status for Pearl Community College. Again, there are 6 standards: review, governance, faculty and staff, students, curriculum, resources, outcome. The types of accreditation is full, provisional, probationary. For Pearl River, 3.2 governance, they were compliant. Rule 3.3, faculty and staff, they were compliant. Rule 3.4, students, they were compliant. Rule 3.5, curriculum, they were compliant. Rule 3.6, resources, compliant. Rule 3.7, outcomes, they were compliant. They did not participate in a hybrid option, with Rule 5.1 simulation, they met all of the criteria. So the recommendation is Pearl River Community College Practical Nursing Program, they were compliant with all standards and criteria. Does not require submission of a grade action plan. Full accreditation is recommended for the program. The full accreditation status requires the next review of Pearl River Community College Practical Nursing Program to occur in 2033.
That being said, you have a motion for the executive session. Second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. And Dr. Burton, the board.
The last is the request approval of fractional nursing accreditation status for Holmes College. And again, the 6 standards for learning, staff, and staff, students, curriculum, resources, outcomes. For homes and governance, Rule 3.2, they were compliant. Rule 3.3, staff and staff, they were compliant. Rule 3.4, students, they were compliant. Rule 3.5, curriculum, compliant. Rule 3.6, resources, they were compliant. Rule 3.7, outcomes, they were compliant. Rule 4.1, hybrid option, that option was approved by the board years ago. They are currently the only practical nursing program that have a hybrid option, and they were compliant. Those students and that particular option has been very successful, and their pass rate with their hybrid portion of their program is at 90%. Rule 5.1 simulation, they were compliant. So Holmes Community College Practical Nursing Program is compliant with all standards and criteria, thus not requiring submission of corrective action plan. Full accreditation is recommended for the program. The full accreditation status requires the execution of Holmes Community College Practical Nursing Program to occur in 2033.
So that being said, do I have a motion to accept Dr. Burton's recommendation? I'll second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. And it moves forward. Dr. Burks, did you have anything else that you'd like to present?
The only thing else I have are upcoming site visits for 2026. Blue will be January 2026. Northwest Mississippi is scheduled for April 2026. Southwest Mississippi Community College visit is April of 2026 as well. Community participation was at the NNA convention. In the Mississippi Board of Nursing Life to Compact Training. The NCSB Education Consultant and presenter at Pine Community College, Alpha Delta Meeting Honorary Society induction. That's it.
Does anybody have any questions for Dr. Burks? Dr. Burks, I would like to personally say that I think you do a wonderful job and you have a lot of hats that you wear, so thank you for the job.
Thank you for that. Thank
With that being said, we will move forward with the executive director's report. Dr. Johnson.
Good morning, Madam President, members of the board. This is gonna be a speedy report today. However, with a personal preference, I would like to also acknowledge Representative Grace Butler Washington, who would just stand. This lady is very supportive of the nursing profession. We're most appreciative. She reaches out, she asks the questions, the tough questions, so that she is adequately prepared for session. I want to give her the opportunity with Madam President's permission to talk about where your district is, if you want to sit there and let them know what committees you're involved on, and then I'll proceed our problems. I'm gonna speed through like a jet.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nelson, for that. Yes, I'm Representative Grace Butler Washington. House District 69 here in Calhoun County. I represent West Jackson and portions of South Jackson. I currently serve on this committee on pensions and elections, public health and human services, universities and colleges, and municipalities. Village. And I appreciate all the work that you all do here at the nursing home. And she is absolutely correct. I am a first term freshman. I'll be on my third year of my first term. And as soon as I had the opportunity to meet these lovely people in, community, I got their phone number and I was call. So whenever it comes up that I can't find a train, to have information, I reach out. So I can have detailed information and be able to have the information that I need to make a business decision for our nurses and for those. And I know in here to say Mississippi. So thank you for all you do. We do have a plan to meet the legislature and I look forward to this.
So much.
Thank you. And I hope to sticks around for lunch. Okay, so give you a chance to converse with her. Let me take this opportunity to wish each and every one of you a happy holiday. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year is coming up. This is our last meeting before then. We do have a list of plans for you. We'll give it to you during lunch. It's just a token of our appreciation for all the hard work that you do, and I appreciate your leadership. So thank you very much for that. Now, before I move into this particular report, we have two new staff that I'd like to introduce to our board of directors. And they are in our legal division. And I was gonna ask them to stand as I call their name. Sarah Smith. And Sarah has been with us for about a year, and she was working in the compliance division. Has done an outstanding job in compliance. She applied for the paralegal position, was selected, one of the paralegal positions. So now she's working with Brandon, and he's so excited about that. Very great, work ethic, just an ideal individual to know, comes to work, does her job, very efficient. We're excited about having Sarah on board and welcoming her now into the legal division. Thank you, Sarah. Next, we have Tiana. Tiana Davis. Tiana is baptism by fire. It's her first week at Hoover. Tiana is coming to us. She is just graduated law school. And she applied for one of the paralegal positions and met skill set, was selected for that position. So this is her first week, make her feel comfortable. I told her it's baptism by fire. She has a great knowledge base, has interned with some of the best in the area doing her law school. I think she got an award for while you were in law school. I can't remember when I was doing your application, but there has a very good legal mind. So we're excited about having Tiana on board. So welcome to me. Now, let me get on the speed, Dr. Brooks took up all my time. Don't blame somebody. So I am excited also about having our first medic task force, and that was conveyed to me after the executive committee meeting this morning. So I'm excited about that. I was hoping some of the other representatives and senators that we had invited to be here because they were instrumental in that particular video. And I want to make sure that you get information as well. So what do we expect in this report? If you will look, this is your kind of highlights of our operations, our budget, our workforce, and both our local and national partnerships. And in our operation and budget highlights, we've increased our presence this year, reaching over 2,000 individuals. I'm gonna get the high points of what I want you to know. This is a 38-page report. So you guys, it's gonna be a synopsis. Many of those individuals that we have retained have been our students through in-person presentations, and we continue to prioritize not only staff training, but board member training as well. So, you know, we're excited about that and the job that you guys do. Further highlight some of our efforts. We want to recognize the dedication of both you, our board members, and staff. You go to the next section. Your active involvement in local and national committees have made our governance stronger and our engagement more impactful than ever. And it's so important. I appreciate so much your leadership and your willingness to engage and take place in national as well as local initiatives that we're involved in. If we go on to this, and in our engagement and outreach momentum, we've extended our outreach and engagement efforts, fostering transparency, education, and support for the nursing community and the public. We have over 10,000 followers on social media. Over 10,000. So if you haven't liked us and you have not following us, please be sure to follow us on Facebook. As you know, that's where they get their information from. So we're excited about that. A note on the budget. As you can see, I'm not going to read this, But in preparing for FY 27, I'm gonna take you to the last bullet of that staffing and compensation considerations, programs and initiatives, investments in technology, which we can explain some of that in, executive committee, which I'm sure Madam President will probably speak on that later. But focus on the staffing and compensation considerations. In preparing for our FY 27 budget, it's focused on retaining qualified personnel to uphold our regulatory duties. We can, continue to strive to do that and recruit and retain, those that, have a skill set to do our job here at the board and fulfill the mission of it. Talking about the operation and the resilience amid the staffing changes. Oh, she went on to the next one. Okay, she made sure I stayed on task. Anyway, I do want to go back to that operational resilience on hiring and retention challenges. Let me know on that first bullet. It is a challenge, but it's attributed to the movement for the private sector, retirements, and competitive wage environments. It's hard to recruit at the salaries that we have, but let me say this, we've done our best to keep things running smoother and keep our standards high, no matter what changes come our way. And our team, I'm so proud of the staff here at the Board of Nursing. They've adapted, they found new ways just to make sure we protect the public and that we support state nursing practice across Mississippi. So we've hung in there amid the challenges, and we've done what we needed to do. And so we're still afloat. So that's a tribute to my staff here. I'm so proud of them and the work that they do. They work hard, and sometimes they work double time, but we get the job done. On the performance indicators, I just want to take a close look at our departments now, and the impact that they've had over the past year. We're going to start with licensure and education first. And our strategic plan. This is our active licenses, the same growth across all categories as you can see. We continue to expand significantly, but I want to draw your attention to show that the RNs show the strongest growth with nearly 12% of increase over 3 years, while nurse midwives demonstrate exceptional expansion over 100% growth since 2023. I can remember when there were only about 20 or less nurse midwives and stayed that way forever. And so now we're seeing an uptick in that. As you can also see, the growth in the increase in RNs across each year. We have an uptick in the licensure of RNs in our state. We have an uptick in the licensure of LPNs in our state. And when you look at the national trend, LPNs are decreasing. In Mississippi, they're increasing as well as the RNs. So that's a testament to the faculty and the students of nursing and the great work that they do. The next one talks about licensure by generation. Why is this important? Look at where we are. When you look at this scale, this is a breakdown of the generations that we license. The millennials, focus in, represent the largest cohort at 48% of all RNs, while baby boomers approaching retirement underscore the urgency of expanding educational pipelines to sustain workforce levels. Why is that important? Millennials are approaching retirement too. Who does that leave? Generation Z.
Oh, Jesus.
So, expanding opportunities to get nurses into the workforce. Representative Butler Washington and our legislators, that helps us when our funding for ONW, the Office of Nursing Workforce, provide those opportunities, those scholarships, to help alleviate the barriers that our students, come into contact with, get them into the workforce. And rest assured, representatives that are listening, Representative Butler, the legislators that are listening, we appreciate you. We appreciate your support, and we appreciate what you've done for the Board of Nursing, and we look forward to continuing that conversation as well as that partnership. The Practical Nursing Education Program, best thing I ever did was hire Dr. Priscilla Burks to head that program. The legislature again legislated that to us in 2019. We were a little bit anxious about it, but we've taken on that role, and we are excited about having it under the Board of Nursing. As you can see, there are 15 practical nursing programs and 1 proprietary program. I do want to highlight Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College Senior River Apprenticeship Program. I can't say enough about this program. I talk about this program on the national stage all the time. Mississippi has been looked at because of this program. There are other states that want to emulate this program. Senior River has done a phenomenal job as a partner with Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College. They bought in and they got the assignment and they got it right. And they have done a tremendous thing for that portion of the state of Mississippi. It's an earn while you learn program. I won't go into it, but they're going their own. And you can see there are cohorts, I think they're on the third cohort now. Cohort number one, you can see the results, their benchmarks that they set, they've exceeded all of those benchmarks. Look at the job placement rate, because they're hiring them back into their facility, or their facility. So that itself is important. Next machine. The cohort two, you see the same thing, they exceed the benchmarks in that, as well as the job placement rate. And then you look at the NCLEX pass rate for Mississippi, and this is what this is saying. You can see across the board, Mississippi exceeds the national pass rate in all categories. And they have done so for a couple of years now. So that again is a testament to how our students are educated, our faculty, which I don't think is enough appreciation. So I appreciate the nursing faculty in the state of Mississippi as well as the national for the job that they do. MSTAR Network grant, this is the first grant that the Mississippi State Board of Nursing has ever received. We entered into it, and I think we were a little bit crazy about doing it. So, however, you can see the impact that it has had on our state. It's a statewide distance learning program that has comprehensive coverage across Mississippi, state-of-the-art telehealth and simulation technologies for our students. And it focuses on the accessible nursing education delivery. That's all of our partners that we're associated with. That's the timeline. I won't go into that. You can read that, but I do want to hone in on, what was that? The amount of money, maybe on those slides, information. No, but that grant was approximately $900,000 that has been utilized to help aid in the education of our students across the state of Mississippi. Our partners being the community colleges and the colleges that took part in that. Equipment, if you haven't been Agnes, you need to meet Agnes. Agnes is in the top right corner over there.
Dr. Johnson.
Agnes is a rock star. Oh, there. Agnes is a rock star. And this equipment, the grant paid this equipment to be in these schools, but now the schools are benefiting and realizing how effective this equipment has been in their education and distance education, and they can connect from one school to another school, from another facility to another facility, and have education and training right there. That they're looking at purchasing their own equipment, additional equipment, because equipment evolves, technology evolves, and so this has been very instrumental for the schools to be able to tap into other sources of money that they can get additional equipment as well. So, Dr. Burks can take you through Agnes if you have time. Legal and compliance. Let's look at our legal and compliance division. This division, I can't say enough about this division. Like my CFO is my right hand, legal is my other right hand. I got two right hands. And so this division is so important in what they do, in keeping us legally sane and legally compliant. The board remains committed to the due process and the transparency of all our legal proceedings and in our case management and docket activities. You'll see the matters that we have handled. They're equipped now with staff, so that helps, but I won't read all of this, but you can read it for yourself, but you can see the matters that we've handled in October, the one that was scheduled for this month. We have a current case of 235 active matters. And 117 cases are awaiting legal action. All those are open until formally closed by the legal team. And that last one is our orders. We have no outstanding orders to report. You know how we have a little delay getting our orders back? Thank you. No outstanding orders. So thank you to our Assistant Attorney General and that office for the job that they have done to help us be compliant with that. This is the annual summary, calendar year summary. We had a total of 189 legal actions. It's broken down as to how that was. Next, we'll talk about our collaboration with the legislature and our OLRC. If you will look at this page, we've completed policy creation on all of these issues. And pay attention to Title 30 of the last one, 2810, and I received an email from Brandon just before coming into the meeting that although it had gone through the OLRC, that's the medic bill, and they had approved it, we had to wait 30 days. 30 days will be effective Monday. So we're going to effect, and it'll be posted on the website at that time on Monday. It is now a permanent bill. Permanent policy. In our compliance division, this shows how hard our compliance division works. It ensures that our licensed nurses meet the requirements for continuing practice in public safety. You can see we have 134 cases currently in compliance. And our Office of Nursing Workforce and the nurse voluntary program. First, I'll talk about the Office of Nursing Workforce. This is the retention scholarship was launched in 2022. And you can see the program impact it's had. We've had an investment of $100,000 to support 11 new nurses entering the workforce. And this has generated, look at that figure, approximately $462,000 in new annual wages. And this is a return on investment of 362%, based solely on workforce earnings for these newly licensed nurses because they're working in Mississippi and that money is going back into Mississippi. So we are very grateful for that. And you can see the nursing scholarship program, the amount of money that has been awarded each year. In FY25, we had $860,000. The number of students awarded was 1,204. This demonstrates a sustained investment in the nursing education pipeline in Mississippi as well. And this consistent year of growth in both funding and students being awarded. We are very hopeful that the legislature will again be accommodating in our next budget request. Then the NCLEX scholarship program, this has been a very beneficial program. It covers the complete $200 NCLEX exam fee for eligible candidates, totaling $80,000. And you can see the student impact it's had. And we get students all the time because this removes a barrier for them to take the NCLEX exam. So very proud of our board for approving that initiative to take place. And next we have investing in Mississippi nurses' future. I just want to highlight that FY26 there was $900,000 allocated to Mississippi nurses students through the Office of Nursing Workforce on behalf of the Mississippi State Legislature. So thank you to that. You see your representative, your senator, make sure you thank you for that because that has made a great impact. Looking at our external partnerships and collaboration, we continue to collaborate and with our partners. We have strategic partnerships. We can field necessary, educational, professional, and our regulatory partners, our other boards like Alabama Board of Nursing, North Carolina Board of Nursing, NCSBN, the NLC. All of those individuals make it possible for us to do the job that we do and make sure that we align with our mission. So we're very appreciative of our partners and hope that continues. One that was left out is sitting in the room. I mentioned to be Dr. Melissa Temple with IHL. I can always call on Dr. Temple. She can always call on me. We collaborate a lot because we have to, even though they have the RN education program and we deal with regulation, that is a component of it. Their standards our nurses have to meet. So I do appreciate Dr. Temple and IHL and their collaborative support here with the Board of Nursing. MNVP, very beneficial program. That's how this about MNVP. But this supports our nurses in recovery, and the program impact is that it allows these nurses to continue to work. It's non-punitive, whereas before everything was taken away. This program is very beneficial in that it allows them to self-report, maintain their license. They have stipulations they have to do, but they can maintain their licensure and they can maintain their livelihood if they meet those stipulations without any blemish on their license. So it takes a collaborative effort. We ensure continued licensure and deployment for 29 program participants. So I think you heard that earlier, including LPNs, RNs, and PRNAs. And based on median salaries, the direct economic contribution of these nurses to the state exceeds $2.1 million annually. So that again affects those dollars coming into Mississippi and that remain in Mississippi. So we are very excited about our program. It provides, an avenue for recovery on nurses that have been addicted or have mental health disorders. And last but not least, I think is our fingerprinting CPC division, and you can see, the cases open. We have, 107 cases were open for processing during this calendar year. How many we processed? We registered 875 applicants in the system and transmitted 777 fingerprint transmissions. I can't say enough about our CDC and investigations division. I've just talked about the investigations. They're really busy. They stay busy because we have nurses coming in all the time. But we had received 137 allegations, September to October. We have 904 cases currently open as of November 18th. And we have 157 cases that were closed during September to October. And I know one of our board members, I think it was Drew, had asked us about some information. I think some information when we did a survey, and so I have some comparison. I'll give that to the board members. Of board members, that where we stand with them. Now, it's gonna be a little bit different. Some of them have a lot more licensees, some of them have less, some of them are right in the middle. But it gives you an idea of where they are, how many cases they have open, how far back are their cases, how many staff do they have working with them to do those cases. And so it'll give you some perspective when I'll email the information to the board members. So I do want to thank, all of my staff, all of my departments, divisions here. I'm only as good as they are. They make me look real good. So I am very appreciative of them, and I try to let them know that I could not do my job without their help and their support and the job that they do. So I just want to thank the board and the staff for your support. It made me do, because our mission again is to protect the public. So thank you. That's any kind of.
Any questions for Dr. Johnson? Thank you, Dr. Johnson. That was a wonderful report, a very thorough report, and we greatly appreciate it. So with that, we're going to move on to board business. The first thing on the agenda is request for approval of business meeting minutes for October 10th, 2025. Do I have a motion? Second. All in favor? Aye. Request for approval of special call meeting minutes on October 23rd, 2025. Do I have a motion? Second. All in favor, say aye. Next, request for approval of hearing count minutes in December 2024 and October 2025. Do I have a second? I'll second. All those in favor, say aye. Okay, moving on. Request for approval of the brief settlement proposal minutes, October 2025. All in favor, say aye. Next is future meeting dates. We will have administrative hearings and settlements February 3rd, 4th, and 5th of 2026, beginning at 8:30 a.m. The business meeting will be February 6th, 2026 at 11:05 a.m. Those in the hearing panel that for February will be Sandra Culpepper, Janelle Moody, Jamie Clinton, and Jeremy Cummings. Any questions? All right, next moving on to committee reports. On the executive committee, the only thing that I have to bring out as a motion is a request for the approval of the ratification of the administrative denial. That is Paris Caldwell, case number 2025-1276. Do I have a second one? From me. From the executive committee. So we have a second. Any questions? All in favor, say aye. All right, we'll move forward. I just want to touch on a few things just really quickly. I have executive committee that I want you to be aware of. First thing, the awards for NCSBN. I have, we've had a discussion about us being nominated for staff members of this board as a whole, being nominated for some of the awards at NCSBN. And so, Dr. Gentry and Dr. Baskins have willingly agreed to head that up for us, so they're gonna review what awards we qualify for, and they're gonna work along with the staff to submit those to NCSD. The next thing is potential to our license as far as section thing. Ms. Montgomery is looking into what it would take to make that happen. We have not made a decision as far as what we're gonna bring forward. We're just waiting on her to do the groundwork on it. If you are wanting to go to mid-year this year, please let me know by January 1st. Send me an email so that I can relay that to Dr. Johnson, so that we can ensure and make sure that Shana is able to financially work those numbers for us. What were those dates again? March 13th through.
Dr. Baskin, do you remember from yesterday?
Want to say
March 16th, but 18th.
March 16th through 18th. So if you are interested in going, I know some of you have already reached out to me, but just send me an email before January 1st so that I can relay that. And with that being said, that is all I have coming out of the executive committee. The next one is compliance committee, Ms. Walker.
We've got 4 motions to bring, trying to do all of them at the same time, and it'll be one motion. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Moving forward, adopt the compliance committee's recommendation, that we accept the addendum, adding automatic revocation for non-compliance with the October 2025 final order of license number R-886247. Also, we accept the addendum extending his probation 24 months with automatic revocation for non-compliance with the January 2024 final order of license number R-865452. Also, we accept the addendum extending her probation 12 months with automatic revocation for non-compliance with the October 2024 final order of license number R-914960. Finally, we accept the addendum extending her probation 24 months with automatic revocation for non-compliance with the April 2025 final order of license number P-329472.
So we have a motion on the board. Do I have a second? A second. Any questions? All in favor, say aye. Is there anything further to come from the compliance committee? All right, thank you. Next, we're gonna move on to advanced practice. Ms. Oliver.
Yes, we have 2 motions to come out of our committee. The first is neonatal nurse practitioners, be allowed to perform circumcision with appropriate training.
So that's just the one I did. Okay. So we'll go ahead and do that one separate, for the years separate, I guess.
Yeah.
Your motion. So that's your first motion?
Yes.
Can you repeat that?
Neonatal nurse practitioners, can perform circumcisions with appropriate training. They already can perform, the anonymous, which is the ending that they see in the office and stuff, so, and so anyway, we are putting forward performing circumcisions with training.
Do I have a second on that? Second. All right. With that being said, that will be our second. Is there any discussion? Discussion.
It will be, didactic training, they have to. They will have to do online modules, videos, and live sessions. Covering indications, contraindications, anatomy, analysis, the equipment, there's several different plans. And post procedure care. And then they do hands-on supervised performance of procedures. 10, supervised performance of procedures, starting with signal techniques and then observing live cases and competency assessed by master plan. which are usually the neonatologists. And training on like family patient, which is the neonate. Complications and complications.
Any other questions?
Who will maintain records of this one? How will it be? How will it be, I mean, I guess what kind of oversight, what kind of, accountability is going to be there? To ensure that they have their rights.
Well, we put in the collaborative. Yes, with the, and then as always, if we have to have extra training and stuff, it is our responsibility to have it documented and stuff, and then, do we turn it into the.
They maintain those records on file when we do site visits, we will look for their competency and their annual review of those competencies.
Thank you, that's what.
I mean, but there's some group of some, I mean, who's authorized to provide this training? Is that people really identified and in place?
That's what I'm making sure. Yeah. NPs can perform certain, however, their position, their collaborating position is accountable and responsible. These are the ones that normally request that they have these procedures, that they do these procedures, and they're responsible for the oversight. And providing the training, we just tell them how much training they have to do, and normally it's on the job training of them doing whatever they need to do with the sterile technique and making sure that they do the post-op period, it's all about hand stop. And there is didactic and video training after the physician is ultimately responsible and the facility that is requesting that they be allowed to do their training. Now, the provider can request the training and they can go and get that training and it be documented that they are competent to do that training. However, the facility can say, well, we need them to be facility or more procedures. It's up to the facility to allow them to do what they've been trained to do in that facility. But this was a request that came in from the neonatal nurse practitioners that are working in hospital setting. And we have NPs that have, been put through services, and chronotomies, which again is flipping of the tongue. And so that was approved by the board in 2019 for them to do that. I just could not find where the circumcision had been approved, especially for neonatals, but when we look for our archives, and if I can recall correctly, when I was in advanced practice directly, circumcision came up then, and with the appropriate training, it was like a special period that they were allowed to do that, as long as they had to submit a policy and protocol. Is that that position would have to submit additional documentation that how they were trained. And that was kept on file.
So what she's presenting is just the minimum.
What part of the neonatal nurse practitioner's continuing educational requirements being geared toward that, must they maintain, I know the initial training, but will we delineate that expectation as well, or once they're checked off and they don't need to maintain continuing it as related to?
Not from my perspective, they would have to show annual competencies. That there's a be of competency involved.
Okay, so that safeguards in place to protect the. Right.
Any other questions? So on that, we're gonna do a roll call vote, and I'm going to start with the Mullins.
Abstain. Yes.
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 Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes. And with that being said, that motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Oliver. You may present your next.
Okay, the next motion is prove that all NPs with appropriate training perform FDA approved transcranial magnetic stimulation on patients 15 years or older. And this comes from a behavioral health area where there's patients with severe depression, especially, and medical medication therapy is not improving. So FDA has used this TMS, system, and, they, let's see, it is approved in 2019 for the site mental health nurse practitioners, but, more and more, the FNPs are working within our behavioral system. And, so they are requesting to be allowed, of course, if their clinical physician is doing this also. To perform this procedure, and it is like a cap you put over your head. I'm writing today. A cap you put over your head is just electrical stimulation of their brain to help with depression. And, you can kind of change it around and that kind of stuff, and it has been researched proving, evidence-based, that it has helped these patients improve, lessen their depression.
So the motion is on the floor. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I open for discussion, and I would like to interject this. I know exactly what they're talking about, because I've seen it done. It's non-invasive. I know that. There's nothing invasive about it, but the outcomes have been, when you've seen it done, it is absolutely positive outcomes. So what they're asking for, I certainly don't feel.
Where was this coming from?
It's coming from, FNPs that are working in the behavioral arena across the state and under psychiatrists and with family nurse practitioner under a private position. Who practices in this arena. They were saying some of the risks are, a headache.
It is. It gives the effects, and I hate to link it like this, I'm gonna be what I know. It gives the effects of ECT therapy without being ECT therapy. They use a different technology that is totally non-invasive, but the results have been the same as ECT therapy, which has been very therapeutic from what I've seen.
Yeah, they do not have to be sedated or anything.
Yeah, there's no sedation.
It's just they sit there in a quiet, calm environment and get the treatment. There are groups
It was approved by the board.
in 2019 for PMNPs to do it. And, as I used to float in, addiction private, facilities, I have noticed that it is a great need for FNPs to be within that arena because PMNPs cannot treat hypertension and everything else that comes up with the patient that's in that facility. They have to send them to ER, so an FNP is very, welcome in that arena to be able to treat everything else that comes up with, addiction or mental.
Any more discussion? Or we'll do a roll call vote on this one, starting with the.
Yes.
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 Yeah.
Yeah. That being said, it unanimously passes. Ms. Oliver, is there anything further from council committee? With that being said, we are going to move on to the practice committee, Ms. Moody.
No, I think that's.
Thank you. For the next committee is administrative code, Ms. Plank.
We have nothing for me at this point in time.
But we will. There'll be a meeting then. Okay.
Yeah, we have our meeting January the 18th. Yeah, it's on my calendar.
So it's in the next couple of weeks. The next thing is the finance committee, Dr. Gentry.
Yes, I have an extensive finance report as we end the year. So if you will bear with me, I'll hit the high points. So the first quarter of fiscal year 2026 reflects strong growth with revenue up 23% compared to our previous year's same renewal cycle. Expenditures are aligned with the approved budget. Salary expenses are currently lower than projected, mainly due to ongoing vacancies. I have great news to report. There are currently 9 positions in the recruitment process, and hopefully all 9 will be filled by the first quarter of 2026. Yes, excellent. And then, the agency maintains healthy cash balance of $9,465,264.89. And we will continue to focus on recruitment and retention here at the Board of Nursing. Our revenue update, we collected September, $199,285. Our year-to-date revenue is, $512,622.96. This represents a 23% increase over the same time period as fiscal year 2024 due to increased license renewals as well as adjustments to APRN fees. Our expenditure today, total is $729,755.25. Our non-salary expenditures amount to 23.64% budgeted amount for the year. And our major expenses in the first quarter were salaries, travel to the NCSB and annual meeting, rent, equipment leases, IT improvements, and new phones and servers. Scholarships in Office of Nursing Workforce, as alluded to earlier, but $900,000 scholarships to nursing programs were issued in October. Our cash position as of September 30th, 2025 is $9,365,264.89. Our net financial position year to date is $512,622.96. Our year-to-date expenses are $729,755.25, and our cash flow does remain strong as previously reported. If you look at your budget overview, which is here, pages 1 and 2 summarize year-to-date revenues collected, which I've mentioned, $512,000. Pages 3 through 5 outline year-to-date expenses by category. Those total $729,000. Pages 6 through 9 do provide your detailed breakdown of the September expenses, which is $234,000. And then 9 and 10 are our vendor expenditures and year-to-date payments totaling $858,000 using my check. Okay, and with that, are there any questions, comments, or concerns?
So with that being said, do I have a motion to accept the finance? Move to approve. Do I have a second? All in favor, say aye. All right, next we're gonna move on. And I'm sure, Dr. Jensen will give us a little blurb on this, so Office of Nursing Workforce.
Yes, we're going to bring out, in the interest of time, one motion, and that is that also the Office of Nursing Workforce has updated its strategic plan. It's located in your pocket. You can put it in your pocket if you choose. This updated version aligns with the strategic plan of the Mississippi Board of Nursing. As such, I make a motion that the board adopt an updated strategic plan for the Office of Nursing Workforce.
Do I have a second? Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Dr. Gentry, anything else? Any? Thank you. Next is the legislative committee. This time,
We have nothing to bring out at this point in time. We're going to start wrapping another sessions all begin in January. I just want to take a moment to thank Trey. Trey does a great job for all of us, and he, I can't think of real thing with you guys.
that being said, thank you, Ms. Mike. So with that being said, seeing today, we do have 2 appeals this afternoon. However, at this point, we are going to take a break for lunch. For the break, it will have us back here at 1:40 p.m. So we will take a lunch and reconvene in 1. Good afternoon, welcome to the Mississippi Board of Nursing. Today, we are taking up two appeals. So the board is made up of 13 members, 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician, and 1 consumer. Today, we are a full membership of the board panel. As we will have 2 that have been recused from the matter of Pendleton, Monique Pendleton. At this time, I would like, starting to my left, for each board member to state their name.
TJ Adams, RN.
Kelly Walker.
Alvina Costello.
Jeremy Consort.
Drew Calhoun.
Jeremy Cameron.
Sandra Culpepper.
Dr. Lamont Thaddeus.
Kelly RN.
Beverly Oliver. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to our Assistant Attorney General Wyatt Dunn.
Hello, I am Special Assistant Attorney General Wyatt Dunn, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to facilitate the proper observance of the rules and procedure during this appeal, and ensure that the appeal is conducted in accordance with Mississippi Code NTA 73-1531 and Title 30 Mississippi Administration Code Part 2825, Rule 10. Specifically, appeals are for the full membership of the board and shall be limited to the record of the hearing before the board. As stated in Rule 10b2, no additional evidence shall be entered, no testimony shall be taken. The board shall render its decision from the record as it exists. Furthermore, board members who participated in the board hearing panel shall recuse themselves from participation in the appeal of this matter. As stated in Rule 10b3, I ask that at this time that the board members who participated in the Shoemaker's hearing. Oh, we were doing Dennison first. I apologize. I ask at this time that the board members who participated in Ms. Pendleton's trial recuse themselves from these proceedings, namely Lacey Gentry and Jeanette Lee. They are thusly recused. We are here today to rule an appeal on case 2025-0243 by Monique Pendleton concerning the conditions of her reinstated license. The board will make its findings of fact and conclusions of law and will render its decision in this matter, a copy of which will be sent to the appellee within 45 days. I will now ask for the board to make a motion to close this session.
Can we go ahead and call in the second appeal on the record so that we can then take up both in executive session?
Absolutely. All right. To be taken up in the same session, the appeal of the matter of April Shoemaker, case number 2020-0547, concerning. Do I have to read that we're going to observe the rules again? I've already said it.
In the Shoemaker hearing, Lacey General, the hearing panel was composed of Lacey
Gentry,
Gentry,
Nancy Norris Johnson, and Carly Walker.
and for this appeal of Ms. Shoemaker, Lacey Gentry and Carly Walker will accuse themselves and will not participate in the deliberations for the finding. At this time, we will consider a motion closed.
I'm going to make a motion to close the session to discuss possibly going into executive session.
Okay.
This session is now closed. May the room please be clear. Yeah, take this. Okay.
When y'all want to make
Oh, executive session.
Second.
all in favor, say aye.
Okay, the board has deliberated, and in the case of Monique Benson, case number 2025-0243, the board has decided to uphold the hearing committee's decision. I will write a final order to that effect and send it to the appellee within 45 days. It will be considered final within 30 days after signed by the executive director. And also, in final orders of the full membership of the board may be appealed to the Chancery Court as provided by law. Furthermore, in the case of April Shoemaker, case number 2020-0547, the board has decided to uphold the decision, and I will also write a final order to that effect and send it to the appellee within 45 days. This decision can also be appealed, and it shall become final 30 days after signature by the executive director. I'm now certainly move that over to chair.
That being said, there is no further business today. Do I have a motion to adjourn? BJ has made a motion to adjourn. Second by Danny. All in favor? Merry Christmas, y'all.